Greetings, my internet friends. Welcome to Walking and Talking. Maybe you know the deal, maybe you don't. Anyhow, the plan is to walk and talk more or less continuously for the next 4 hours, provided the battery doesn't run out before then. Which I've taken every precaution to ensure does not happen. Once again, I would say that I have this feeling that this is both familiar to me and unfamiliar. What's going on? What I mean is that one would think that I've done this many times before. I've walked and talked many times, and one would think that something would have developed, that I would have gotten better at something. That there'd be some kind of clear idea of what's going on. And now I just want to say that maybe it seems like that both is and isn't the case. Something like it's more just like getting used to not knowing what I'm doing, rather than, you know, getting an idea of what I'm doing. And I'll say that what appears salient about my present experience of talking to you is the noticing of the many trains of thought that are occurring very rapidly while I speak, and apparently in between the times when I'm actually, you know, mouthing words, and these little pauses. I'm noticing verbal sorts of thoughts happening, and I haven't yet quite figured out if there's like an, you know, like a pre-verbal process that's would be like giving rise to the verbal thoughts, you know. I mean, I don't know if that is a real thing, or why exactly I would even assume that that's how it works, you know, that there's some kind of thinking or proto-thinking that's non-verbal. Pardon me for a moment, I'm gonna adjust this camera and it's gonna make some handling noise, and just it's going to shock you into the remembrance of the mediation of this experience via, you know, that there's this technology happening. Okay, that just makes it a little easier for me to talk closer to you. And apologies for the sort of wasting any time on the apparent, you know, material, pragmatic concerns of this experience, rather than the more purely abstracted ones However, I can almost guarantee to you that we will get deeper into these so-called abstracted things. And wow, I have to issue a caveat that, you know, maybe even what I'm referring to as material concerns are in some way actually a type of abstraction in themselves, but maybe we'll get into that a little bit later and you'll understand what I mean. But to continue on a thread that I had started, which now I'm feeling stronger than ever. This feeling of a kind of overwhelm, almost, of the possibilities of not only just what to say, but that's indicative of just like the total possibilities of shaping experience, the total potential of experience. And this is being mirrored in what I would refer to as the experience of my other sensory inputs. That is, there's so much I'm experiencing this such a rich detail, really, in all of the senses right now, that seems like I could focus on just any one small facet of it and find endless fascination, and it's either zooming in or zooming out, so to speak. And I feel the same way about just the kind of thought experience, the linguistic and conceptual aspect of this experience. Really, and it's really overwhelming. Just all of a sudden. Like, just all of a sudden, you experience, you kind of sense that you almost can't believe that a certain experience is possible or exists or happening. Which to me just it always, that kind of thing just opens up onto experience itself, and I just can't help but feel just completely dumbfounded by simply the most, what seems to me like the most basic, most fundamental question, if you will, or even, or maybe it's a fact. Is it a fact or a question? And I'm talking about the mere that there's anything at all, that there's existence at all, and that anything exists. But then, you know, I was tempted to say the fact that there's existence at all, the fact that there's experience at all, the fact that there's anything. And then I sort of remembered, maybe, I mean, I've said this sort of thing before, that maybe that's actually a question. Maybe that is a question. The question of whether there is anything. Because, like what I describe as this overwhelm, you know? What I describe as, it's like the intense kind of beauty of an experience, or of any aspect of experience, I think is actually kind of synonymous with its potentiality. And what I mean by that is that, like, there's a sense that this experience is here, it's happening now, but to me it's overwhelm, and its beauty and its intensity is kind of rests on like the potentiality of more and of different experience. So just as kind of a simple example, a concrete, if you will, examples that, you know, I'm perceiving, just say like all of these rocks, perceiving all of these stones before my eyes, glistening in the water, and every single stone has both a sameness and a difference from every other stone. The stones exhibit a syndifionesis, by which I mean that they're both the same and they're different. That is, the difference between the stones is made the most perceptible by the fact that there are in fact multiple entities identifiable under the same kind of conceptual category as stone, the same kind of perceived object. We're perceiving multiple stones, implying sameness between them. In the act of implying that sameness, that category, inherent in that is the difference between them. You know, all the difference of properties. But then if we started from the difference, we started from the difference of the properties, I think we would have to realize that the difference is, the perceived difference rests upon the recognition of a sameness. The fact that there's something that for it to be different from means that something more, it's like more of the same. It implies that there's some form of substrate that is common to all of the things that are different from one another. You know what I'm saying? Anyhow, I feel as if I'm wildly jumping around from tangent to tangent, rapidly moving from facet to facet, or framework to framework. So, like a lot of difference is being perceived simply, well, in the way that I'm talking about things, or what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is, whoa, dead fish head. What I'm talking about is shifting so rapidly. And maybe, whoa, maybe you sense, wow, big dead fish, big fish carcasses. There's a whole collection of large fish carcasses. What I'm talking about is shifting so rapidly that maybe there's a sense of getting lost or losing track of what subject or what framework we were supposedly talking about. However, you may be catching on to that this possibility for some kind of meta narrative to emerge, or like meta framework, or meta way of describing this experience that in a way is kind of like a fractalated version of what we've been talking about. So I know that probably sounds kind of abstract, but you know that I've been talking about this intense, overwhelming difference in sameness. But then at the same time, we can start to see that, like, we're also talking about different sorts of difference and sameness. And then implied in that is, I think, maybe some sort of maybe that there's something like some kind of overarching sameness to this. But like as I'm hearing myself say these things, it's also kind of becoming like these words are starting to become a little bit more and more meaningless. And more apparent, actually, is the kind of a sort of pointlessness, or if not pointlessness, then at least like a suspicion that we're not getting anywhere. Or maybe there's I mean, I might be kind of projecting. I may be projecting like what I would suspect about your experience. That like I might suspect, I'm tempted to suspect that you might have a sort of experience of you know, mild anxiety or just a questioning of what is this about, or what is the point of this, or are we gonna get somewhere? Are we gonna like understand? Well, really, is there gonna be some happenstance of understanding, some action of understanding, some understanding reached? Or is this going to be like only a bunch of wandering? Just a bunch of confused wandering. But maybe I can give you more credit. Maybe you're open to the idea of just getting used to this. Because in some sense, I just feel more and more okay with this being just total confusion. Like to me, I think just total, absolute confusion. In some sense, I don't know, is like really what this is. Like what this always is kind of all this could be. But as I say that, it's not totally true. I feel like I want to say that like confusion and understanding are really exactly the same thing. An interesting chain of thoughts just occurred in this brief little pause where some thought occurred to me that along the lines of, this right here is exactly what I want to be doing. This is exactly right here and now. This is exactly what I would want to be doing with my time, or something like that, or with my life, sort of feeling. or I mean sort of thought actually, and then like it almost like a kind of this is it, but that thought came with some little asterisk, a little tiny asterisk just hiding out at the end of it. And then I looked to the bottom. I looked to the bottom of the page in my mind, and to the footnote, and the footnote was like, but actually this isn't experience, or that this is actually empty, and but that was exhilarating. Things are making less and less sense. That is, things are becoming less and less true. In the most welcome sort of way. That is, to say something untrue, which I'm about to do, and which I have been doing, and which is the only thing that I can do. As time progresses, you know, that being like a false premise right off the bat, upon which continuing falsities will be built. The untrue nature of everything that I say becomes increasingly undeniable, including this thing that I'm saying right now. And I feel like a kind of stupidity coming on to me, enveloping me. I'm being engulfed by stupidity. My own stupidity is just like ballooning to kind of obliterate anything that I might have thought that I had known. But this isn't really true. It's just like realizing that like stupidity is kind of all I am. or all I've ever been and all I will be. But I mean, the stupidity sounds funny to me. Or you could say ignorance. Just realizing that that stupidity is in a sense all that there is, in the most welcome sort of way. And it's the same as, like, it's what I'm talking about as a stupidity is actually exactly the same thing as, like, sounding smart or wise in any way, or like sounding like anything at all, or what's the word, like being anything at all, like to the extent that I even project you perceiving me. I'm like, damn. Oh, like all of that is really stupid. What? Let me clarify. I'm not calling you stupid. I mean, that's really for you to decide yourself, if you want it. It's there for you if you want it. Or you don't have to want it either. It's still there for you. I love the fact that as I've been talking about being stupidity itself, I've totally unwittingly and unintentionally just walked in a complete circle. And I guess I appear to be continuing. I might be making another circle. I might be making the same circle again, I'm not sure. Now, what was I talking about? I'll get a little glimmer of cognizance of how I am kind of creating myself upon my projection of your perception of me. That is, you know, I'm like ostensibly communicating and ostensibly representing some sort of person, like I'm being some sort of person for you, or maybe a personality or something. And each time I kind of like catch a little whiff of that, I'm like, damn, that is stupid, or just like that is just identical with stupidity. And don't get me wrong, there's absolutely no negative emotional valence to that. like I can't pretend to like be emotionally laboring here at this moment. That's just not something that could occur right now, or like it's not an appropriate description of anything right now. Yeah, I think but I am, you know, where I'm walking, I'm just gonna turn around because it looks like I'm backtracking. I'm just wandering. I'm just meandering. And now I'm like, right now I'm like catching whiff of like this idea of like representing myself as exhibiting some kind of virtuous like humility or something, some kind of virtuous acceptance of my own stupidity, you know, just putting my humbleness on display, or you know, this like acceptance of not knowing, being secretly some form of wisdom or something. And to the extent that I'm even like catching wind of that, I'm like, damn, that's stupid. That's really stupid. Like, to the extent that I would like derive something like satisfaction, but like the satisfaction being kind of synonymous with some sort of like apparent solidifying of identity, or like understanding, oh, okay, this is who I am in this moment. I'm this kind of person or character or personality or entity, or some kind of like solidifying of like, oh, okay, this is a cool, or you know, this is an acceptable direction to be going in, or this is a sort of like understanding of what this is, or who I am, or who I am in relation to you. Like all of those being sort of like solidifying types of activity, you know, like solidifying type of metaphysical activity. I say metaphysical, you know, just like, because it sounds kind of wrong to talk about this in either like physical terms, material terms, or in some kind of like or like mental terms. Like they both seem kind of wrong, and because there's not any like real, I don't think that there's any real kind of like substrate or basis for anything as real as like a solidification to occur or identification to occur. Say, like, for instance, I could be just totally blithely, or blithely or not, just like ignorant of my my self-construction to you, you know, the way that I construct some identity in relation to you, or you know, manifest some character or personality to you. I could be totally ignorant of that as it's going on, which in some level it's like I always am necessarily ignorant of something that's going on. But then again, like, if you're completely ignorant of it, if you're completely unaware of it, I guess the question is, to what extent is that even real? Like, but then I guess at the same time I want to say, like, is it ever actually real in any sense, regardless of supposedly being aware or not of it? Because interestingly, what I'm talking about, what I'm referring to as being like some kind of identification or some kind of like solidification of like what I think is going on here, or who I think I am, or who I think I'm representing to you, and then like maybe there's supposedly there's like some kind of higher awareness that occurs where I realize that that's not real, or like I supposedly see the emptiness of it or something. I think that's not really real either, because it's like at the supposed moment of like becoming aware that I'm like sort of automatically putting on some kind of front, putting on something. It's kind of a realization of like that something has never been real. And then so like how could there even be this hierarchy of awareness? How could there even be this relation of like fake versus real or authentic? Like it's almost as if one sort of narrative that I or you could put onto this, or could describe this with, would be like a process of self-awareness. Like it's the process, it's the action, like awareness as a transient process. But then I think really when you get down to it, like there's nothing to that. There's nothing there. There's nothing here. There's no growing. There's no becoming more aware. Like there just simply never has been any kind of like hierarchy, and there just like isn't. There's no getting better. Or worse, because there just simply isn't any. There's just simply no ground to base any of these ideas on. They're all really just like. I mean, I feel like I'm just like everything's just kind of like going towards this hole, And I don't mean anything like negative by this whole of nothingness. Like there's, like I feel like completely inevitably, I'm just gonna end up saying these like just really paradoxical statements, like I'm not even saying anything, or there's not even anything being said here. There's not even any talking happening here. And it doesn't make any, that, like, saying that makes no sense at all, obviously. Or maybe, you know, maybe the obvious is being corroded a little bit, or, but like, you know, anything that I would say that it involves even like something like a verb, like a verb, like just implying that there's, for one thing, such a thing as time that's like passing or progressing. And like now it kind of occurs to me that like time, like the idea of time or the experience of time would seem to rely on like a solid reality, or like, you know, something existing, some kind of medium that, you know, supposedly moves through time, or like some form of like continuity, you know, or even you could say discontinuity. Like just none of that, you know, like we can't like there's just simply no establishing any of that. And it's like, you know, I would even kind of like, you know, it goes against logic, of course. And I just feel like everything is simply cutting the nothing pie in different ways. And of course I've said that before. And like we could simply propend every single statement with an infinite number of apparentlys, which seems to be, you know, if you were actually like trying to go for something like truth, I think it would like linguistically, the truth would actually be to, you know, precede every single statement with just an infinitely receding series of apparently, you know, it's like apparently there's something going on here, but that it's, there only appears to appear something. There's only apparently something going on, and then there's only apparently anything. And yeah, it's just like it's actually like anything that, you know, apparently, you know, to infinity seems to be a thing, or even an action, or anything, or any sort of category that you could that would, you know, imply any kind of existence whatsoever is just like inescapably and completely nothing. And it's not even something enough to be nothing. Like even the word and the concept nothing is like too much of a something to actually be represented of what isn't. And yet, you know, it's like what isn't is just so intensely what isn't, that like what, you know, what isn't is just so perfectly not. that it seems like there's something. Or it seems to seem like there's something. And, you know, and I think just like in total perfect keeping with what isn't, I'm just gonna take a whiz here real quick. You know, normally I set the camera down and, like, you know, have this little brief gap in talking, but I think I'm just gonna stop the camera while I whiz this time, and we'll just kind of like apparently keep the talking going, because no reason. Okay, successful whiz completed. It's like what was I thinking? You know, like I apparently had some smart thing to say that I thought of when I was whizzing, and now I can't remember it, and that's totally, you know, just like in accord with nothing, you know. It's not in accord with anything. Like I'm just like I mean, it's even like if what's going on here like implies that there's some kind of illusion, like or some like relatively like illusory way of experiencing reality, or there's some kind of like illusory way of going through life, you know, like there's some illusion that, like, you know, I'm a solid I, and that there's substance to things, but actually, you know, the truth is more like this Zen-like emptiness. That's bullshit. There actually is no illusion ever. There like, you know, and we can even like play a little game here, and I'm calling it playing a game because, like, absolutely everything I'm saying is like just has no basis, is just like completely premised on nothing. Like there's no premise for this like would-be understanding that we might have, or that I might be like apparently elucidating or something, is bullshit. Like so I'm just prefacing what I'm gonna say with that it is inescapably bullshit. But, like, you know, we can in accepting that, we can't actually accept that, but we can be like, let's pretend, for the sake of this game, this mind game, this thought experiment, if you will, that like there's such a state of being where, like, you or me or whoever mistakenly thinks that they're a solid I, and that that both them and the external world have some kind of substance, but that is in fact some, like, you know, illusion or incomplete understanding of reality or something, whereas the truth is actually, you know, something like codependent arising or emptiness, or something like some notion like that. Now, where was I going with this? It's like that. It's like, I don't know. I just maybe I've like lost my train of thought or something, but I just want to say that state, that there isn't actually a state like that, you know? But then, you know, but now I feel like I'm, you know, in a bind, because it's like, it's, in some way it seems like there is. Or, I mean, what's going on here is like, I'm stuck. No, I'm not. It's like, this, like you feel this confusion happening? This like, constipated, stuttering, train of thought that seems to be like getting stuck somewhere. I almost want to say, wow, yeah, I'm just like, I'm experiencing this, again, this sort of overwhelm, where it's like the, like, just forgive me for a moment, like or don't actually, the falsehood of everything that every sort of like thought that seems to be like sprouting up is just like coming up in like such a halting kind of way that's why maybe you recognize this sort of character of these past few moments of like not being able to complete a thought, because like each thought, even as I start to like utter the words, it's like becoming more inevitably apparent to me, like just how gravely those words are like misconstruing something. But then I guess I'm kind of like trying to accept that like misconstrual is all that there really could be, or that I could do. Like I'm just kind of like orbiting this hole, because you can't actually, like, there's no center to the hole, or there's no actually getting to the hole, or like at the same time it could be said that the hole is all that there is, or something like that. Or like if you're infinitely excluded from the center of understanding, if you are perpetually excluded from understanding, or you know, always moving towards an ever receding horizon of understanding, it could be equally said that like understanding is all there is. That there's only ever understanding and only ever has been. That like what you are is an understanding, or is understanding. But then like, you know, the term and any opposite that it would imply become meaningless in that. And then again, like that would bring us, you know, meaninglessness would bring us into like a real non-understanding, a real fundamental non-understanding. But then like even me saying this, like even me kind of like suggesting something like a fundamental non-understanding is in the action of that, in the whole spirit of like saying something like that, there's implied that is some type of understanding, some type, you know, some meta type of understanding. And of course it's bullshit. And like, yeah, I don't know. It's like, or even the idea of me doing this. Is a type of bullshit. Is a variety of bullshit. Or like if we didn't really think about it, it would kind of seem like there's some action going on of like you listening to what I'm saying, or like me saying something and you listening to it. That would seem, you know, if unexamined, that would seem to be what's going on. And in that, kind of, we would assume then that there would be some kind of reason for that, or some kind of reason behind what's going on. And like, you know, for you, the listener, like there would be some kind of assumption that there's like a reason that I'm doing this, that I have some reason, you know. And, you know, possibly for some people, like if I have a reason, then there might potentially be some reason that some people, possibly you, would listen to it as and you know, maybe there could be like an attempt to articulate some kind of reason for what seems to be going on, like that it's whoa, cool, I just accidentally made another I just accidentally walked in another circle. Wow. And you know, surprisingly this time I was not expecting to be walking in a circle. That, you know, like some kind of reason that could potentially be articulated would be like, that something about the nature of reality might be elucidated, or some form of illusion might be dispelled, or something like that. But if we're to be honest with ourselves, there's really beyond any kind of like recuperable level, there's just nothing going on here, and that goes like infinitely beyond any sort of way that you could recuperate the nothing going on into any kind of like instrumentality. There's no actual like way for this to be instrumentalized, like and this isn't like to say that, you know, this specifically as opposed to everything else is uninstrumentalizable, but more that there just simply is no instrumentalization at all. Not possible, not actual. There's no recuperating anything to say that, like, you know, that was a good thing, or that was interesting, or something in any true sense. Like, if somebody asks you about walking and talking, like you can't really say anything about it. But then again, it's like while at the same time I'm saying that that's like kind of like, in some sense I'm kind of like implying that that's universally true, that there's just no such thing as instrumentality. That would also seem to apply that there's, you know, apparently some illusion of instrumentality, or that they're like, you know, there's use, but, you know, we can these are kind of like easy to philosophize things, because, you know, we can easily kind of say that in just a very down-to-earth way that instrumentality and usefulness and value are just all relative terms relative to a goal, and a goal kind of being premised upon, you know, anything existing. And that the kind of, I guess it would seem that the absence of instrumentality or usefulness or value or goodness that I am implying is that like a kind of universal or ultimate, like there's no ultimate such thing as goal or any of these other ideas that are related to goals. But weirdly enough, it's almost like everything that I'm saying, every sort of idea, every kind of would-be idea that would seem to be present here is kind of illusory, and it's like, because it's it only really kind of appears in some kind of apparent opposition to something other than itself. That is, like, even the fact that I could even the fact that it is seemingly possible to say such a word as uninstrumental, whatever it is, the opposite of instrumentality, uselessness, or even that it is possible to like say such a word as ultimate, and any kind of like idea that could imply, any kind of concept that the word ultimate could appear to refer to, only has any kind of meaning in relation to its opposite, that is like the ideas of relative, the ideas of usefulness, which, you know, are all kind of like dependent on the sorts of ideas that I am seemingly actively appearing to like refute or negate with everything that I'm saying. Like, apparently I've been like negating all these things, like saying that there is no relative state, or there is no actual illusory state of being. There is no actual like illusory way to be in the world. There's no actual, like, you know, relativistic thinking, or like, you know, relative thinking from a relativized standpoint, in which we mistakenly think that we're a person and with substance, and in relation to a world that has substance, etc., etc. It's like even this apparent like act of negation itself is like kind of self-eating. Like, if taken, you know, if you follow it and take it seriously, or believe it, it's like it would have to, you know, destroy itself, eat its own tail. And there's just simply no resting point. There's simply no position that you can come to, including the position that there is no position. Like, it's like, in as much as I could attempt infinitely, I could attempt eternally to, you know, negate ideas and concepts, or negate, you know, continue to like self-negate, which is, you know, apparently, you know, seemingly maybe one way that this could be like described, or like, it seems like almost if we could like identify some sort of property of this experience, like maybe it's like we could describe this as some sort of ongoing process of self-negation, or just like more generally negation. And when I say the word negation, I don't imply actually like any kind of like emotional or morally negative standpoint or valence. There's no emotionally negative valence. I just mean, you know, negative in, I guess, like you could say a more philosophical sense of like just asking whether something's real or not, and continuing to like realize. See, you know, I just said that word, like realize, in this very sentence, that it's not. Asking if something is real or not, and quote unquote realizing that it is not. But then, like, if you just kind of examine the very logic of that statement, it's in itself, you know, oxymoronic, like a paradox. It can't be. Like, that can't be true, you know, nor can there be, like, truth to maybe this apparent quality of, like, untruth or non-truth or something like that. It's weird. It's like, to the extent that we're kind of like rejecting everything, or like rejecting the truth, or rejecting the substance of everything, it's like kind of the same as total acceptance of everything. Like they're kind of being the same thing. Like, it's like they would be kind of like the same thing, to accept everything and to reject everything. Like the, it's weird. It's like, even to the extent that like I would seem to like deny absolutely every property or quality about any kind of this, any kind of version of this that we could conceive of, whether it be, you know, whether I use the words like this experience or this moment or this apparent reality. And to any extent that I continually sort of like deny the substance or reality to anything, it's like that's not really, that even that isn't real, in that like in that supposed action, like would be is kind of implied that there's the even possibility of reality. You know what I mean? Like if something could be not real, if something could be without substance, like even thinking about that implies at least a concept of substance or reality. It implies at least some form of like potentiality of substance or reality, even if it's not like realized, so to speak. There's this implied like potentiality of reality. Like if I'm saying all these things are not real or not substantial, it's like I'm implicit in that statement is like this possibility that something maybe could be real, even if it's impossible or something. And I mean, yeah, I mean, it's like still even in like this action or this like seeming to do something, like you and I, or you know, this like seeming communication or something, or like to what extent there seems to be something here, something going on. Which, you know, like we have to admit, I guess we have to admit that it kind of seems like there's something either existing, either being or doing, or like, even if, you know, what we're saying is, you know, being is like actually something that we refer to as like emptiness or something, or even if it's something that like we're saying that can't actually, that is so, you know, non-existent that like we can only kind of point to it or refer to it. It's also like, even in that, it seems like we're implying that there's something other, there's something else apart from this. Because like if there's a this, then like it seems like, I don't know, it seems like if there's a this, like it could only kind of be, that could only kind of exist like in relation to something like an other, even if the other is like, even if the other is just maybe something like the potentiality that arises out of this, like whether that's like the past, something that isn't now but was, or the future, something that isn't now but that will be or could be, or some other place in space, some other locality that isn't here but, you know, is somehow in relation to here. This is just really weird. This is just really, really weird. There's just this sense of like, of total like impossibility, just like enveloping everything. Including itself. Man. I feel like I want to say something like you and I are actively not existing. And I'm not going to even try to like back that up with anything. It's just a, you know, a thing that I said. It's like, you know, we could, it would be fine to go into poetry or something, or you know, but then that's not even necessary. Like there's no poetry needed. Just because like there already is only poetry. You know what I'm saying? Like this is already that. And then, like, to the same extent that there could be said to be only poetry, that everything is poetry, there's also just you know, everything would be simultaneously like the opposite of poetry, whatever the hell that is. What's the word? There's a word I'm searching for. Oh well, maybe it'll come to me if I stop searching for it. You know what I'm saying? That sort of thing. Like something related to like the mundane. Whoa. I may be somewhat lost here as it starts to rain harder and harder. I'm not lost. I see the trail marker. It's just, yeah, this is man, there's just nothing we can say. And yet, like, we're just continuing to say things. And it just seems like the most basic, like this just seems like the most like basic kind of recognition of reality that's simply like so fundamental that it's like we're at the same time constantly aware of it to the extent that we don't think about it, we're not aware of it. Like, and it's not just a matter of not being aware of it, or it's not just a matter of not thinking about it. It's like we're not aware of it because we can't be. And like, if you're racking your brain to like what the it of that sentence is, you're pretty much eye to eye with where I'm at, because I don't know. We haven't gotten anywhere. I mean, obviously, we haven't gotten anywhere in this video. Nothing has really happened. And yet still, like, and still, you know, I can very honestly say that I can imagine a past me that was thinking about, had been thinking for a while about going out somewhere to walk and talk for 4 hours and make a video of it and upload it to YouTube. And that had some sort of idea of, like, some sort of category of experience. That, you know, some idea that propelled me enough to actually do it. Some idea of it being instrumental in some way. And I don't mean instrumental in any cynical way. I'm not like, you know, there's no, like, you know, in that statement alone, it's not like there's some, like, critique of capitalism embedded about the, you know, subsumption of everything into, you know, capitalist instrumentality. Just like instrumental in the most general sense of being, you know, useful or pleasant for me and for you, or in some way or another making life better or something. Honestly, when I started saying this, like when I started kind of describing this past version of myself that held this idea of the potential, like, goodness of walking and talking about making this video or engaging in this sort of experience, I started to describe that with the intention of refuting it in a way, or like saying that in the supposed realization of doing the thing that I think about doing from a relative standpoint of you know, existing in the world as a separate self and identifying other separate selves, and, you know, having a desire to, like, have a type of communication or something, then in the realization of it, it's like we're just enveloped and in a way overwhelmed by the emptiness of any of that, the emptiness of, like, something like goodness, or emptiness of, you know, like goodness in the relative sense of you know, a hierarchy of value, and the emptiness of utility, and you know, beyond that, the emptiness of, like, you and I as substantial selves, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so, like, I had this idea when I started off on this particular train of thought that I would be kind of sort of like both negating the relative concepts and thinking that I remember having as a past version of myself, and also going on to negate the reality of the of something such as a past self, and recognizing that that past self is really only constructed from memory, which is itself nothing but an aspect of present experience, that is like the supposed past self that would be able to exist in a relative state, exist in relation to a world, and therefore have such things as goals to which things could be useful or unuseful. That past self is seen to be empty because it's seen clearly as being constructed out of just, just thoughts that are aspects of the present. Like the past self is seen now as being constructed, being only a construction of the would-be present. And I say the would-be present because, like, with the disappearance of the past and also the future, because any idea of the future self is similarly constructed out of aspects of the present, and consists only of the present. Weirdly enough, the disappearance of the past and the future also entails the disappearance of the present. And we just get again to, like, this right here, like, just cannot be. Like, there just is no this. And yet, and then it's like, well, what the fuck? What about the words we use to say that? What about, like, and like that, and then at the same time, it's like this, like, apparent conclusion that there isn't even such a thing as a present. Like, you can kind of look at the whole process that we apparently went through to get to that, and we realize that this supposed absence of anything, the present and here and now and past and future and everything, like that whole absence or unreality, if you will, is itself just kind of, is itself dependent on these so-called relative terms, like these relative concepts of, like, this is all based on a type of, like, logic, you could say, or and I mean logic and kind of, like, really just like an extrapolation of observing, if you will. But then and then, like, the existence of, like, I'm saying that, like, the existence of this apparent non-existence is dependent on some kind of existence. Like, what the fuck? Like, if it's dependent on, like, something like concepts or logic or language or even, you get down to it, like, observation. Like, if all these ideas or if all this, like, all these concepts that are kind of, like, leading us apparently inevitably towards this, like, apparent truth of non-existence or even apparent truth of untruth, if you will. Like, that's all predicated on some sort of reality, on something existing, and not only like this existing, but like some kind of other, like it's predicated on some other existing that is like, you know, a language and at least perception of time, and then that, and then just like more basically perception, observing. Like here's like the simple way to say it is like, how can there even be nothing if, like, for there to be nothing there has to be something to perceive nothing? What the fuck? Like damn. You know, like even if like the words that we're using here, like perception or observation, even if we like kind of recognize a type of incompleteness or relativity like to those words, it's like it's like there is still like something apparently underlying them, apparently. Like in order for, like, you know, it's like, how can there be this nothing? How can there be this non-reality? And it's like, even in the language itself, or the apparent fact that there is language, that there is apparently any word at all being spoken, to say something like unreality. And it's like, at the same time, I'm drawn towards saying, like, there's not actually any word saying, there's not actually anything being said, there's nothing even being said, there's not even language right now. Like there's just not this, there's no language happening, there's no words being said. And like, what the fuck? And like, this is like I mean, if you're kind of like following along, and I'm honestly like following along, and just I'm trying to just like check out each statement. I'm trying to scrutinize, you know? And maybe you're scrutinizing too. Maybe like we're both kind of scrutinizing. Just to kind of see, you know, just kind of like trying to observe the truth or the untruth of whatever kind of seems to come up here. You know, trying to check out if there's like logical gaps or forms of deception or ignorance going on, or like missing something. Like are we missing something? That would like solve the puzzle, you know? We're scrutinizing. We're looking for this, because I think we can't really help but do that. And like in that, I feel like you and I, we're kind of like engaging our capacities for truth seeking in at least for me, like the most rigorous way that I think I can. And like when we do this, and like and it seems like we come close to when it seems like we come close to like the understanding, or like come close to you know, what would seem to be like ultimate understanding or something, or the ultimate truth, or the fundamental truth. We just come into this like endless snake eating its own tail sort of thing. Like truth is untruth. There's no truth, and there's only truth. And everything said is like, everything said like destroys itself. Everything that exists destroys itself. Everything eats itself. Everything is its own unmaking. Everything is its own demise. Like anything that's becoming is like it's unbecoming. Its destruction is one and the same in its becoming. And we don't get anything. There's nothing to get. There's nothing to do there. And I say there's nothing to get in both in both senses of the term, as in there's nothing in both the nothing referring to both subject and or object in that sentence. So like nothing referring to object, like there's no like knowledge out there for you to get. There's nothing for you to get. And then also nothing referring to the subject, as in there isn't any you or person to do the getting. There's no recipient of anything, and there's nothing to receive. There's no object to receive. No knowledge, no understanding. And that in itself can't be understood. That in itself cannot be gotten. Damn. And this is like, I'm coming back to this like feeling of stupidity. Like this is all a charade. This is all a charade, and it really is. And no amount of like, you know, self-declaration of ignorance, or no amount of self-conscious introspection, or negation of self gets anyone anywhere near to any sort of like authenticity or non-charadeness or non-bullshitness. And like when I'm saying bullshit, it's like not in any kind of like hierarchical value-laden thing. Of like something could be more bullshit than something else, or something could be less bullshit than something else. It's all equally bullshit. There's not actually any levels. There's no levels of reality. There's no levels, and there's no reality. But like, you know, and I feel stupid saying this, but like my also my feeling stupid, and I mean like actively like whoa, damn, like this is stupid, I'm stupid, everything is stupid, is like it's just, you know, it's completely accepting. Like there could that could, like, how could you, like, it's only acceptance. Like, listen, I know this is like the dumbest thing in the world, like the most pointless thing in the world, but then everything's the dumbest thing in the world. Everything. And then, you know, and then there's also no stupidity. Like, I mean, here's the thing to say, like, it's like you and I, in theory, we could potentially like have a dialogue. We could have a conversation, and you could say, but wait, how about this or something? But like, what about this though? And like, or you could say, well, something you're saying isn't totally true because there's this. Or like, yeah, but that's not the only way to look at it, because also there's this way to look at it. And you know, like if you and I were having a dialogue, I think that like that's like in some sense like what it would necessarily entail. That is like if we're having we're having a discussion, like supposedly you and I are like intersubjectively examining the truth or falsity of ways of framing reality, and like you and I could be pointing out the flaws in each other's respective perspectives, and like, you know, maybe in your head you think about these things, like maybe you have some of these thoughts where you're like, yeah, well, Ben, I disagree about this thing you said. I disagree in some way, and I would essentially say that, you know, you're right, in that like this is nothing but flawed. Like this is only flaw. Like this is only incorrect, and like you would, in fact, like anything you say would actually prove me wrong, because I can only be wrong. And even this thing that I'm saying now is like is in itself only wrong. And so it's kind of like, you know, whether this is a monologue or a dialogue, in that sense doesn't matter that much. I mean, it could be like, maybe in that sense maybe there's some thought in your mind that like you know, maybe it would be more engaging if you were saying something too, but it's also like the fact that you're not saying anything, or like, you know, that you can't communicate to me in this same real-time sense in which I'm communicating to you, it doesn't matter that much, because it's like both of us, you and I, like can only be eternally wrong. And then, you know, of course that's wrong too. And like in the statement of that, it's like the same as saying that, you know, it's also just, it's the same as saying it's all perfectly complete. I'm gonna I guess I'll stop the camera and take a whiz and try to figure out how to get past this apparent impasse in the trail. You know, which is so it's like there's apparently like maybe it seems like I'm antisocial in a way, because like it would seem that I upload all of these videos of that just only involve myself. You know, maybe it's we could say that it's like the pinnacle of narcissism. But then and so like, you know, dialogue would at least on the surface of it imply a sociality with which, you know, we like tend to associate with, like, as an inherent good, you know. So, you know, considering one another, engaging with one another, communicating back and forth, you know, I'd be supposedly giving another a voice, and that's true in a sense. Like, it would be a good thing, I guess. But then I also find at the same time, it's like there's a sense in which this is just as good. Like, we wouldn't actually be getting anywhere. We wouldn't be getting any farther with you know, a dialogue as opposed to a monologue. There's not an actual difference. And maybe you're thinking to yourself, oh, but you're wrong. But see, you're wrong then, because other people have very different points of view that are not the same as your own. And you Ben are in fact being are in fact cloistering your own viewpoints and continually presenting them on a platform in which they are unchallenged. But then, you know, so I'm kind of like making up this, I'm kind of inventing this like opposing viewpoint that someone could theoretically have. Man, is all this bushwhacking through the Smilax gonna be worth it? For those of you listening to the audio only, I'm just like, you know, I'm trying to avoid completely soaking my feet because the trail is kind of becoming a stream, and so I'm like trying to walk on the banks of it, which is covered with briars, which are these thorny vines. And so I'm kind of between a thorny spot and a wet spot. And I think I'm gonna have to go back. I'm gonna have to eventually come back this way. So is this worth it? But it's like I'm saying that yes, an opposing viewpoint could in fact show the flawedness of my thinking. An opposing viewpoint could in fact reveal the limitations around my way of thinking, and could highlight its paradoxes and its contradictions, and could highlight everything that is lacking from it. And I'm here to tell you that I am already proven wrong, that this is pretty much nothing but flaw. This is pretty much nothing but contradiction. It's like from the start has been wrong. But I mean, I guess like the purported benefit to including the additional voice and dialogue would be, you know, through exposing the flawedness, we could more rapidly or more expediently or reach the truth. But I to the best of my like possible capabilities, like of looking at reality, or you know, to the absolute, like for all that I am capable of mentally, I really quite seriously can't and I can't like fathom this endpoint of truth. And in every, like, you know, dialogue that I've had with anybody, like there isn't anything like that. And it's like, it's actually kind of, I don't think that it's even like a possibility. Like it's even just like, there's not even it's just not even like logically, it's like not even like, there's not even the potentiality of it, you know? And it's not like I've never been in dialogue with another person. It's like, you know, that's generally what life kind of is. Sure, a relative type of truth could be reached, but the relative type of truth is dependent on a framework that is inherently limited and inherently flawed. And you know, it's like I'm really coming up just in my physical geographic apparent, like, spatio-temporal reality here. I'm coming to like the real impasse in the trail where it does not seem worth soaking my feet to continue. I'll just go back and go another way. And it's pretty much fine. Like the other way, you know, is pretty much equivalent. Or it's just, you know, like the difference of this other way is like that, like that's what I'm kind of what I'm talking about, like with like talking to somebody else. Like it would be totally fine. It would just kind of be more, but it would be kind of like more of the same, like just in two different voices. You know what I mean? Like I think like maybe like what we could describe as like the cringy aspect of this, of the cringy aspect of my YouTube channel is like the sort of like, or at least, you know, at least from what I'm kind of like perceiving right now in this moment, is like the you know, the apparent like personal isolation, the extended like solitude or something, the intensity of it just being one voice, so to speak, or one body, so to speak. And so like the cringiness is like the apparent either antisocialness of that, or the apparent just like unsociality of it. And I think that's kind of like what that's maybe getting at, sort of like a definition of like what cringiness is like, you know, the non-viability of the non-social viability, the social unviability of something. And it would kind of seem like, ow. It would seem on the surface that like what I'm doing is like kind of like antisocial, or just like not socially viable. You know, and it could be kind of like crudely wrapped up as like a navel gazing, and kind of like divorced from the world, etc., divorced from the real world. Where was I going with this? Oh, there's a paper wasp nest. I hope I'm not gonna like shake that thing unwittingly and unleash a swarm of wasps upon myself as I precariously traverse the banks between a thorny spot and a wet spot. Oh man, that'd be a real hairy situation. We're flirting with peril a little bit here, you know? Action. But I'd like to kind of suggest that, like, this is just as much a completely social activity. Intensely social. Completely relational. Because look, you're listening. You're at least hearing this. And look, you are understanding these words right now. And look, how could there be this isolated me, how could there be this me as this person without you perceiving me? You're perceiving me, bro. This is a relation. You're doing this as much as I am. You're making this. You're making this happen. This is a relation. And it might appear one way. It might appear like a one-way street, but it's not. There isn't any me other than in relation with you. I simply do not exist outside of relating to you. And obviously that statement is gonna like bring up a whole horde of objections, and I'm not even gonna speak about those objections. I'm just gonna let them be for you. You go ahead and have those objections and think about them. Think about what I just said. I don't even exist outside of you. Think about it. Come on. Prove me wrong, bro. Bruh. Prove me wrong, brah. Prove to me that I exist apart from you. Independently of you. Go ahead. I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll wait. I'm waiting. I am you, dog. I am you, brah. This is you. Try and tell me this isn't you. Don't perceive me, bro. Don't perceive me. Oh, let me take my sweater off. Getting hot. I'm not done with you. This isn't even near over. Listen, listen, dog. Listen up. This right here, this is never gonna end. There's no end to this. There's no endingness. You can't end this. Accept it! You can't accept it. Deal with it! There's no dealing with it. There's no dealing with it. Stop the video! It doesn't matter. It still keeps going. I think I was supposed to go this way. Did I just make a... Am I making another circle? Remember when we were back there? Bushwhacking through the thorns on the bank? Trying not to get our feet soaked in the river? Remember when we were traversing the banks? Being accosted by the briars like a crown of thorn upon our little heads? Trying to reach salvation, trying to get somewhere, trying to get to that place, trying to get to that nice place. Remember that? Remember when we were trying to get to that place at the end of the road? Just now, just a little bit over there. Just when I was walking over there. When I was trying to get to that nice place at the end of the trail, at the end of the road, trying not to get my feet soaked in the process. And therefore, traversing the bank, the slippery bank, trying to walk the line. You know what I'm talking about. It. You do. You know what I'm talking about. You do the same thing. You're trying to walk the line. You and I, we're trying to walk the line. We're accosted by thorns, and we're trying not to get our feet soaked. And we're trying to get, we got the thorns on our head, and we're trying to reach salvation in some way or another, even if it's just, the cessation of stuff. The cessation of trying to... There's a seal. There's a motherfucking seal out there. Let me get no, it's a duck. I'm sorry. It's a duck. I was just mistaken because they called it seal something or other. There's all these signs about seals here. And we got discouraged. The line got too narrow, and we're like, we can't get to the end. The end is beyond our reach. It seems hopeless. And then we turned back, remember? And then remember when we turned back because we got discouraged? We were like, it's getting hopeless here. And then we realized we're going the wrong way the whole time. We're on the wrong damn road, on the wrong daggle path. And it seemed that that paradise was here all along. In fact, we were being paradise the whole time. We're already living in paradise, dog. So stop perceiving me. I think I saw a seal. Well, I don't know. It could just be a rock or a duck or a buoy. We're not getting anywhere. Are we enjoying this? Let's ask that question. Is this enjoyment? Where's like the, you know, the kernel of enjoyment? How can I get the enjoyment? How can I get it? How can I grab it? How can I grab the good? How can I get it? I want to stay here. I don't want to leave. I'm enjoying it too much. Fuck. It's gonna end. Fuck. The enjoyment's gonna end. Damn it. Shit. Shit. This beauty. God fucking damn it. Let me keep it. Let me move here. I want to move here. I want to live here. Fuck. I'm gonna have to get rich as fuck first. First I gotta get rich as fuck so I can move here, and then I can enjoy it permanently. Then I'll have the enjoyment. If this is enjoyment, if I found it, I gotta go back to hell. I gotta go back to the hell in order to get rich, so I can stay here. Shit! And enjoy myself. Damn it. Shit. I'm gonna have to go to hell. Shit. I'm gonna have to go to hell to enjoy myself. To enjoy life. Enjoy life. But it's gonna cost you. Listen, my friend. I'd like to help you out a little. I'd like to help you learn how to enjoy life better. See, look at me. Look at me. Look at how much I'm enjoying life. You know? I'm living in the moment, experiencing beauty, alive to the question, alive to the questions of reality, inhabiting the horizons of my identity in an exhilarating way. And I can help you be a little more like me. You could be like this. You could be enjoying your life more than you are, than you do. I could help you. I could teach you. You could learn something from me. But it's just gonna cost you a little. It'll be worth it. Trust me. I think we could come to an agreement. How could you say no to enjoying life? And all it's gonna cost you is, you know, enough money to let me be rich enough to live here and enjoy here permanently. You and I will make each other. We'll create each other. Create me! I promise I'll create you back! Come on, dog. Trust me. We could create each other. It could be so nice! Wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be nice to be together? Creating each other! Doobie-doobie-doo. Or is it doobie-doo-wah? I'm telling you, something could be better than it is. Trust me. If you would only just perceive me. I promise that I would perceive you back. There could be something. Something could happen. There could exist something. We could stop this. We could stop all of this. Wouldn't it be nice? We could put an end to this. Let's get the fuck out of here. Is this relaxing you to sleep yet? 4 hours? 4 hours of relaxing ocean waves and yelling to sleep to. Hours of screaming to sleep to. Hours of ocean waves and screaming to sleep to. Next YouTube channel. Hey! Pay attention! I'm just kidding. You and me know both there's no attention. There's no attention. Come on. Come on. Attention is just the big nothing from what it looks like. The big nothing, the nothing from the outside looks like attention. Looks like paying attention. Do you know what I'm saying? You know when you're like, shit, I feel limited. I feel distracted. I want to do the thing that's most important to me in life. I wish I could be paying attention. I wish I could be I wish I was absorbed. Why am I not living my life to my fullest? Why do I have to do this? Why do I have to do this thing right now as opposed to what I want to be doing? I want to be enraptured. I want to be, I need to be. Enraptured, fully engaged in the flow state. In the flow state. Let me get into the fucking flow state. Where I won't have all these dang on distractions. I'll be fully immersed. My attention will be focused in an effortless state of flow. Yeah, attention. Give me some of that. Give me some of that attention. You know, you're paying attention. You love it. You love it. That's why you love me. You love me because you can pay attention to me. Oh, it's so good. It's so good, that state of attention. Rapt attention. You love it. You love being wrapped in attention. Oh. Because when you're wrapped in attention, it's like attention is all there was. Even the distractions are just attention. Attention paying itself to itself. Woo, ooh, cool. Attention paying attention to attention. Even the distractions. And then it isn't anything, and then it's everything. Attention is just nothing, and then attention is everything. Come on, I'm your best friend in this world. I'll help you. Trust me. Let me hold your hand as we cross a perilous bridge. Trust me. We'll traverse the unknown together. I can help you. It's just gonna cost you a little bit. Just a little bit of your life energy. Just give me a little. Just let me suck off a little bit of your life energy. Let me just siphon a little out. Let me just siphon a little bit out of your tank. And we'll be good to go. I'm like a hippie staying on your couch. You ask me to leave and I just say, namaste. 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 You can't get rid of me. I'm just like that hippie sleeping on your couch. Fucking up your world. I'm just like, man, chill out. Just chillax a little bit, man. Chillax, bro. Chillax. Even if you kick me out, you can't get rid of me. I'll still exist in the world, and you'll know it. You'll know I'll always be out there. Whether or not I'm on your couch, I'll always be out there, and you'll know it. And it'll eat away at your sanity. Because you won't be able to help but envy me. You won't be able to help but identify with me. Asking yourself, is that me? Is that me? What if I'm actually the hippie? That's what you're going to be thinking. That's what you're going to be asking yourself. Shit. Maybe the hippie is me. I got a bad feeling about this. You can stop the video at any time. But it's not gonna change a damn thing. It's still out here. Still out here gnawing away at you. I'm always gonna be here pilfering your leftovers out of your fridge. Hey, relax, bro. It's all good. Chillax. Hey man, let's just chill out a second. Let me make you some herbal tea. Hey, tell you what, I'm just gonna smudge this place a little bit with burn a little sage, clear the air a little bit. What do you say, huh? Huh? You get nothing. Nothing in return. But you get what you pay for. You know what I'm saying? You get what you pay for. You know? It's true. If you were donating to my Patreon right now, you'd be getting a hell of a lot more out of this. Just try it. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong, bro. Let me just unburden you from a little bit of that dirty tender, that dirty cash money. Let me unburden you a little bit from that. Let me take the weight off your shoulders a little bit, my friends. You'll get what you pay for. This does not end. This will not end. I got patience. I can wait all day. Cough it up. It'll be good for you. It'll be kind of like throwing something into a black hole. Wouldn't you do that if you were next to a black hole? Like say you're in a spaceship, you know, orbiting as close as possible to a black hole without you falling into it. Wouldn't you just want to like just take something and throw it in there and then just like ponder what happened to it? Think of it that way. Think of this as the event horizon. Think of my Patreon account, www.patreon.com/Benjamin Bennett. That's Bennett with 2 N's and 2 T's. Link in the description. As the event horizon for your money. Like where it goes, it's literally impossible to know. And it will never return to you. Unless you ask for it back, maybe. I'd probably give it back to you if you had, you know, an important need for it. But that would be like the quantum leakage that they talk about. The money could potentially quantumly leak out. It could leak out back into the universe via quantum effects. Possibly. But if you were ever like, Ben, dog, Ben, bro, yo, I need that $5 back. I'd at least consider it. If I had it, I give it. If I have it, if I still have it, I'll give it back. Tell you that. But you have to throw it into the hole. You have to throw it into the hole with total abandon. You know, total abandon. Throw as much into the black hole as you're willing to, as you can possibly manage. You know, it's a fucking black hole. It's all going to condense into singularity, where, you know, the laws of physics completely break down, and it just, you know, going beyond the horizon of what we know is going on. Just let it go. Throw it in there. Toss it right overboard. I'll suck it right up. It's for a great cause. Don't you want to contribute to a great cause? Remember what I was saying about stupidity? Nothing has changed. It still holds. Just kidding. It's not stupid. It's the best. It's the best thing ever. This is the best. It's literally, objectively better than everything else. In every metric of value that you can come up with. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. This is sick, bro. This is sick. Damn. This video rules. That's tight. That's tight. It's not stupid. There's nothing stupid about this. This is serious. We take things seriously, you and I. I'm not being sarcastic. I mean, obviously I sound, listen, I may sound a little sarcastic. I may sound as if I'm kind of adopting some kind of persona that might not be 100% genuine, but believe me, I'm being as genuine as I possibly can be, and I'm being as serious as I possibly can be right now. I take things very seriously. I mean, what could I say to get you to believe me? Believe me! It's a lot of time. How could I spend so much time doing this if I weren't serious about it? It's simply not in my nature to fuck around. you're taking this seriously too. You are taking this very seriously, and I appreciate that. Thank you for taking this as seriously as I do. Thank you for being professional about this. Have I come to an impasse? There's humans. Okay, let's just come back down to earth for a minute. Okay? Let's just calm down for a second. Let's just calm down and try to think rationally about this. Let's just calmly and collectedly figure out what we're doing, okay? We're completely capable of thinking rationally about the situation. Okay? So here's how I see it. Here's how I interpret what's going on here. I'm walking and talking and recording this video, and you're watching the video, and you're listening and hearing and understanding more or less what I'm saying. I think that's just kind of plain and simple what's going on here. I think that's just it. I mean, it doesn't occur to me to it doesn't occur to me that there's anything else going on here. I don't really have anything else to say. However, we do have, you know, at least about 50 or so minutes left. So I will fill this time. I will fill this space with talking. You're welcome. Yeah, you're welcome, no problem, but you know, maybe if you think about it, maybe, you know, return the favor a little bit via my Patreon page, link in the description. Yeah, sure, don't worry about it. I mean, I'm just doing you a favor. I'm filling the space, you know. It's a valuable service. filling the void. I mean, that's basically what all services boil down to. That's basically, you know, the core of all jobs are just like kind of filling the void, obfuscating the pointlessness, and I'm just doing it more directly for you. You know, cut out all the beating around the bush. You know, I don't mess around. I just get straight to it. And do the most useful thing. I'm just here, I'm just doing the right thing. That's all. I gotta do the right thing. That's all this is. Don't mention it. Just doing what has to be done. Somebody's got to do this. Seriously. If not me, then who's going to do this? That's how I look at it. Doing the work. I'm showing up. I'm showing up to do the work. Hey, don't worry about it. I got it covered. Don't you worry about a thing. I got it covered. I will take care of anything. I am taking care of it all. You just relax. I'll take care of it. I mean, come on. You deserve it. You deserve this. You deserve to relax a little bit. I will handle everything. I'm handling it. You know, when things seem like they're too much. That's what I'm here for. I got it. I got a bad feeling about this. Just don't worry. It'll all be fine. As long as I get paid. As long as you pay me. Does something seem precarious about this situation? Don't worry about it. As you might have noticed, it's like I'm kind of gone. I've kind of disappeared. I'm toasted. I'm toast. I've lost it. I am toast. I don't know if there's any going back. We gonna be able to get back? You know? I think we're close to where we started. Just beneath it. We've just, you know, the ground. We've circled back to where we started. just like underneath the ground. The ground's up there above us. But listen, you know we've made you know it's all contiguous. There's not a real separation from this and where we started out. It's the same, really. I mean, it's really the same. It's exactly the same. Like this is how everything is. Believe me. Believe me. Like you, my friend, you are toast. You are finished. In the best possible way. Really, really nicely toasted. Nice, really nice, crisp brown crust. Toasted, just, you know, just right and not burnt. But, you know, it's like, I guess toasting is kind of there's no fine line between toasted and burnt. Toasting really is just, you know, a mild burning. That's what you and I are doing. Just kind of mildly burning ourselves. It's great. Come on, you have to agree with me. Let's celebrate. Let's toast. Let's have a toast. To my success. Bing. Say it with me. Say it with me now. To my success. Cling. I'll cheers to that. An endless, an eternal toast. Let's you and I have an eternal toast to my success. But what, you know, when I say my, I mean like you are also saying mine. We're both We're both doing it. Where the hell are we? What is going on? There's nothing to talk about. This is boring. I'm ready for this to be over. Don't you agree? It's great. It's really, you know, it's really doing the work. It's boring as hell, and it's perfect. This is perfection, my friend. It's not even anything. It's not even anything. It's not even good. Not only is it not even anything, it's not even good. It's not even intense. It's not even strong. It's not even anything. It's perfect. It's just stupid. But is it satisfactory? You tell me. Is this satisfactory? Or, conversely, is this unsatisfactory? Also, where are we? I don't know, but the sign says no stopping or standing. Uh-oh. we're in trouble now. Wow. We've really gone out of the bounds. We've really, you and I, we've kind of knocked it out of the park, but at the same time we also have gone off the rails. We really got out of the park and went off the rails to you know, really into like the civilian world. Really beyond anything we could have dreamed of. Really just like nothing. Like we've pretty much circled back to before I even started the video. What the? How is this even possible? Like, it's like we've gone. It's kind of like we've gone back in time. I don't know how this happened. It seems like you can, it seems as if like you can get so stupid. It seems like it's possible actually to, if you become stupid enough, you can actually time travel. It's really amazing. But then, you know, you get into all these time travel paradoxes. Maybe that's actually what's going on. Maybe that was our problem all along. That we entered a paradoxical time loop. You know. Of stupidity. And this is bad. This is real bad. Ow. I'm sorry to tell you, the damage cannot be undone. Or can it? know what I'm saying? The only way to reverse the damage that we've done here today is, you know what I'm gonna say, is to get even more stupid so that we, you know, make a complete loop to back before we started. And then we'll get it, then one of these times we'll get it right. We'll figure it out. We'll get the answer. We'll figure it all out. One of these days. Oh, sometime later. Some other time. I think I see a seal. I think that's a seal. That's totally a seal I see out there. Let me, there's no way you're gonna be able to see it. Could have been a bird. I think it was a seal, though. Can you see? Don't worry if you're just listening to the audio. You're not missing anything. Trust me. You're never missing anything. There's never anything to miss. Well, if that was a seal, it's really holding his breath. I mean, I would apologize, but you knew what you were getting into. You knew from the beginning there's a certain amount of risk involved. Ooh. Now, let me, you know, for those of you listening to the audio, if you're just listening to the audio, just don't think that you're missing anything or not understanding anything due to not seeing the video. It's like the not understanding is just like universal. Nobody understands this. I don't understand this. It's beyond stupid. Whoa, this is scary. I'm just trying to be responsible, is all. But I can be responsible for my own part in this, but you have to take responsibility for your part in this. Don't act like you have that none of this is your fault. Whoa. That's a root. No, it's a rope. It's a rope. It's a root. It's a power line. Are we in the future? I think that's a power line that we're looking at under the ground. From when there used to be civilization. You know? From before the apocalypse. I think we're actually forward in time. Are we before or after the apocalypse? Oh, that's definitely a seal. I just saw a seal diving. No question about that one. So if there's still a seal, what does that tell us? There he is. I don't think you're gonna be able to see it through this video. No, it's a rock. No, it can't be. What is going on? What is real? No, it was a seal. No, it's a rock. It's a seal. I don't know what's going on. I felt so certain that I was seeing a seal. I felt so certain. And now it's completely in question what I saw. And I can't tell if something's moving against these waves, or if it's simply the waves moving against something static. I don't know what is going on. I mean, this is really like, we're really devolving. We have really devolved over the course of this, but we started out at nothing and got nothinger. This started out bad and got worse. It started out stupid and just went completely downhill. And here we are. We're toast. That was a seal. No, it's a rock. Fuck. I am toast. And what the... It's power lines. It's buried power lines. No, it's not. Dude, I cannot understand anything that I'm seeing anymore. Okay, yes, it's power lines. It's buried power lines. Which means that this is in fact after the apocalypse, so we've traveled into the future. I think that what this means is that time is secular. You know, I'm just joshing you, right? You know, I'm just jerking your chain. I'm just jerking your chain. There's no such thing as time. Chillax, bro. Hey, chillax, bro. There's no such thing as time. But, you know, looking at this thing, I don't know what to believe. I mean, listen, the way things are, this will never end. This does not end. But don't worry, because that's fine. Because they're not really like, things aren't really like this. Things are not really the way they are. Things are not how they are. So don't stress, bro. Bruh. Back at the beginning. Greetings, my internet friends. Welcome to Walking and Talking, the show where I walk and talk. Basically, my plan is just to be walking and talking continuously for the next 4 hours, and like I have this feeling that almost of overwhelm of the sort of possibilities of things to say, or ways that we could frame this experience. It's like in all of these pauses in between the words, in between what I'm saying, there's these multiple thoughts that I'm noticing arise, and I don't feel totally aware of like where they're coming from, or I'm not sure if there's like a pre-cognitive, a pre-verbal thought process that's giving a rise to these verbal thoughts, or if they're just kind of occurring. But I guess what occurs to me as being salient about this experience is just like the kind of like almost infinite potentiality of like what could happen. How it could be framed. And how it doesn't seem like there's really like a reason, or there's not one way to go that's any more true than the next. And then like this potentiality just being kind of infinite. Bra. You're cool if I stay on your couch a little bit longer, right? God, let's put an end to this. Torture! Pure torture! Make it stop! Okay, till next time. Huh, I'm just kind of at a nothing place. It's gonna be all right. It's gonna be all right. You really are the best. I can't believe you. I can't believe how good you are. You fucking made it. You fucking made it. It's not, this doesn't end. It's not gonna end, but it's all right. So till next time, bye.